Hello, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this year's Impact User Conference. Yeah, we are in the cloud again, but I hope next year we will meet personally instead. My name is Peter Karlsson, and I'm the Business Unit Director of Precast at Strusoft. And I have a background of 20 plus years in precast and software. But the burning thing for me and why I'm still working with this is, of course, that the software should meet your needs, and that meeting is where I'm still engaged in and why I'm still here doing this thing for so many years. This Impact User Conference is the 11th time we have it. And just like last year, we have to imagine for some hours that we are all together in this big room where we are sitting and sharing information and discussing about precast and software. It has been a very good year for Impact. We have added 80 new companies. So for you that are new, very warm welcome to this. Maybe it should be your first then Impact User Conference. And for all the rest, of course, that's joining again, also very warm welcome. Some practical information. We are 5 speakers today, and we are located in some different places. So there will be some switches between screens, and maybe sound will be different, cameras will be a little bit different. But we hope to give you a good quality broadcast of these presentations. You are inside GoToWebinar, and in that tool you have some stuff you can click on. There is like a maximize button, and if you click that one, you will get most out of your screen, so you can see it very clearly. And there is also a button that is turning like red, and that's because we are recording, but we are not recording you. We are recording the speakers and our cameras, and not what you are doing. So you are muted, as you can see. But if you have any questions, there is a question mark in the panel also you can click on, and then you can write your questions, and we will try to answer them during the presentations, or we will do it afterwards. Here you can see how it looks like when you click the question mark. The agenda for the day is this. We are in the welcome speech. All the times are in Central European time, and we will try to keep this time sharp, but if you are going in and out, you should be like 5 minutes in front of the presentation if we are ending too early. But we are in the welcome speech, and after me, Nikolai Stefansen. Maybe you can share yourself there, Nikolai, so they can see you.
Hello, everyone.
Yeah, you see Nikolai is waving there. He will talk about impact design for AutoCAD and BricsCAD. And after that, Linus will share impact design for Revit. And then we will have a lunch break so you can refresh yourself. That's a big one there. And in the afternoon, we will start with impact project, and then Dennis Knudsen will give that to you. And after that, Fredrik Arheden will continue with impact production. And then in the afternoon, we will have the ending speech. That's a little bit the plan for the day. But I also want to speak about some things, not only starting up, and there have been a lot of discussions and meetings about impact environmental this year. And what we have done is that together with One-Click LCA, we have made some kind of workflow where you can connect our software to their software, which is an LCA one. We have also seen that some people don't want to use that one, and then of course there is a possibility to use the bill of material report that you can get out and go from that instead. And I just want to share with you a little bit how it looks. Let's see if we can click it here. Let's see if we can get the wiki documentation here. It's coming. So this is from our impact wiki. If you go there, you can find this information in environmental. And as you can see, we are working with this part of the LCA A1 to A3. That's what we are trying to show here. But of course, you can go the whole workflow through if you want to with One-Click LCA, but not, then you need to connect into that one. But it works a little bit. Here is the workflow then. You connect to the one-click LCA resources. Alternatively, you use a resource dump file that you have got from them. You log in and you start defining your materials. And there we have 3 different parts: concrete composition, factory consumption, and other materials. And in concrete composition, what you see here is the design materials. So depending on how you have set up your design standard, this is what you will get. So it's not recipes, it's like the material used in design. And from that one, you can then build up what's included in that one. Everything is stored on project level, and to be able to not reinvent the wheel every time, we have a button for copy existing if you have to do it for another project. So you don't have to input everything again. That was the concrete composition. Then you have the factory consumption. And factory consumption, what we do here is that we take a time period and you take and set up the tons you have for that time period. And then we add all the energy that is used for that time period. And of course, then we can spread it along the tons. And when you do new ones, we take that and spread it out. In other materials, we have 3 different types. We have insulation, reinforcement, and casting materials. For casting materials, there is a limitation. We only take dynamic casting materials and lattice girders. And the reason for that is that we don't have all the information about the weight on single casting materials. And it can also be very complicated here to spread it up. Calculation is done when you have all resources defined, and then you can either calculate the whole building, and then you get like this, or you can calculate separate elements if you want to. The bill of material you can get out is then like a normal impact report. It brings out all the casting materials used, the quantities of those, all the reinforcement used, quantity and mass of those, and the same for concrete and insulation. So with this Excel sheet, you can of course do your own calculations if you want to. Okay. The next thing we also have got some queries about, and there has been discussions, is the Impact API. And the Impact API is then designed to handle the connection between Impact and other systems. That's what we have done it for. You can subscribe for this one, so it's like a product we are selling. You're subscribing for it for the whole company. And what you get when you subscribe is the access to a homepage, and I will show it a little briefly here. Let's see, hopefully my login works now. Okay, that was not good. Okay, then I have to explain it with a wiki instead. Let's see, we go back here. I can explain it from here instead. So what you can see here is that this is the homepage I'm talking about. And in that one, you have information on how the logic in Impact works, like creating projects, creating elements, and the business logic of Impact is described. And then there is also the functions described for a programmer to use. So that's how it's built up then. Okay. Yeah, that was all I want to talk about. So now I leave the word to you, Nikolai. So please come in and take over here. Yeah.
Thank you, Peter. Should be able to hear me now, as well as see me again.
Yeah,
that's great. So let me just take over the screen here and share my screen. You should be able to see.
Yeah, it's visual now.
The screen now, yeah. And well, basically it takes us to the next step here, which is what I'm going to talk about. Here is news and impact for CAD, and with impact for CAD, we mean nowadays, of course, AutoCAD and BricsCAD. A lot of you know me already. For those of you who don't, I'm Nick, and I'm head of the new markets for the precast division here at Strusoft. And I work a lot with customer contact with new customers around the world as well, of course. But what I'm here to talk about today. It's not so much about that. It's more to give you guys an idea, what have we been doing since we met the last time? What are we up to? What have we been up to? What are we going to be doing for the near future as well? And specifically in impact for CAD, AutoCAD, and BricsCAD. So a lot of you here are users of AutoCAD and BricsCAD. I'm going to be showing you some new functions in this, and I'm going to be showing you where you can find it, as well as some little bonus secret surprise information. But I won't tell you that yet. You'll have to you'll have to listen to the whole thing, because at some point I'll drop you a little bonus surprise here. So basically, impact for CAD. The agenda for the presentation here, I'm going to spend roughly half an hour, maybe 35 minutes, depends on how it goes here. But first of all, we're going to list. I'm going to list the released new features for Impact CAD here that we did since we saw each other the last time. There's a lot of features. I can promise you guys that. So we're going to be doing that. We're not going to be looking at all of them in detail, but we are going to focus in on a select few of them. And by a select few, I mean 4 or 5 different things here. One of them is supporting the new AutoCAD 22, BricsCAD 21 versions. Another one is improved recess command across several different element types. Another one is circular openings and improved solid modeling, especially here for multi-layer sandwich panels. And you'll see what I mean when we get to it, of course. The addition of support for grid lines in Impact for CAD. I almost say finally. We've had it in Revit, it's in Project Manager, and now you can actually do it inside natively Impact on your plan drawings. And a little bit new command for linked, which I think is a big help for those of you guys working with more linked elements. But basically, those are the only features that have been released now that I'm going to focus in on. The reason is because I want you guys to see this and remember this. And then I'll have a lot of other features that I'm not going to focus in on, but mention. But then I'm going to tell you where you can find out how to use it and where you can find it, of course. So basically, all the selected features I'm focusing in on, I mentioned it once or twice already, they are already released. So basically that means they're ready to use today, if you have the newest update, of course, of Impact. So then the second part of the presentation here is going to be about what the near future holds for Impact for CAD. And basically that means more news in Impact 16, but it also means we gradually moving over to a new version called Impact 17. So, but we're not completely through with Impact 16 yet, and I'll show you guys that a little bit later. So it takes us to the first step, which is listing of released new features for Impact for CAD. And well, if we just take them one by one, we'll have Impact for AutoCAD 2022, support for BricsCAD 21, and then I'm just kidding a little bit. I'm not going to take them one by one because there are a lot. So here I've just had it list up the new features, and this covers everything from new features in form slabs, double walls, columns, beams, hollow core, sandwich panels, linked elements, and so on. So there are new features for basically everything. So even though I'm not live showing you guys in detail new features for the exact element, type of element that you were doing today or tomorrow, chances are there's probably a few new features that you can actually use. And actually, these are not all of the new features. So if I click once more, the list continues. So I couldn't fit it even if I made the text small. I did it in 3 rows, but I actually had to use 4 rows. So if I'm showing everything like that, these are the documented new features. By documented, it means that we have written somewhere for you, in this case in the wiki, how to actually use this, what do you need to do, and so on and so forth. There are 88 documented features here. There are more than 100 new features released. And this is really since the last user conference. So that means in less than 1 year, we've done 100 new feature improvements for Impact for CAD. And one thing I want to mention with this is that these, as I say, are feature improvements. And feature improvement means that it's a new function or a new setting that you guys can use. So those we have 100 of. So I don't count in all the improvements we've made in the background of the software. We've improved a lot in the background. We've fixed a lot of small issues, tweaked them to be better, and all of this as well. All of that is not counted in these 100 new features. So if we're looking at things we've done, fixed, and set, there's more than twice the amount of this, of course. But these are the ones that, you know, maybe are not automatically done when you use the software from day to day. So that's what I want you guys to focus in on, see if it's of good use to your company, and if it can make your daily life and the lives of your drafters easier. So that's the important thing about this. And if there's nothing else that you take away from my 35 minutes of presentation, is as long as I can give you 1 or 2 features or an idea of something that can help you in what you work with 8 hours per day, X amount of people in your company, you know, my goal will be met for this. So speaking of that, it takes us perfectly into us focusing in on these selected features. And now I already mentioned, I think this is the 3rd time now I say support for AutoCAD 22 and BricsCAD 21. Why do I need to mention it more than once? Well, basically, I don't, but there is one thing I want you guys to see, because, of course, AutoCAD 22 and BricsCAD 21 are not directly connected with how Impact works, but indirectly it actually is. And especially for something like example for AutoCAD 2022, there's actually a small improvement or change in the software that can change the way that you use Impact quite a lot, and hopefully make everyday work easier for you. So this is something to think of if you're thinking of upgrading to the new AutoCAD version. And this example I'm showing you here, this is one screen here, but hopefully you guys can understand it a little bit, the floating window feature. So just a little bit explanation is that for the last 35, 40 years, AutoCAD, you've had one window, and you've had tabs inside that window. Basically, that means you can see AutoCAD on one screen. You can maybe extend it to be shown on 2 screens, but until AutoCAD 2022, which is now, you have not been able to drag and drop tabs over to different screens. With AutoCAD 2022, now you can. So if you have 2 screens, you can work on your Impact projects in AutoCAD on 2 screens at once, different tabs. If you have 4 screens, you can do it on 4 screens at once. So this is something that, in our opinion, brings a big improvement to where you can actually work without you having to do anything other than just update your AutoCAD version. So like I write here, why haven't you done it yet? Get to it. Of course, not all of you are on the newest version. Maybe not all of you want to get on the new version tomorrow, but it's definitely something to consider getting these new features here. Another thing about version support, just to mention, is that of course we support a couple of versions back, but we generally tend to follow the same line as AutoCAD does, is that we support 3 versions. So when Impact 17 is coming next year, that means we will no longer be supporting, for example, AutoCAD 2018. So that's also another reason to stay updated with the AutoCAD, even though the functions in Impact are the same, or technically the same in every AutoCAD version. It still brings you a lot of extra things. But basically, that's everything I wanted to say about AutoCAD updates and BricsCAD. It's not going to be all about that. It's going to be about Impact, of course. So let's jump onto some nice features of Impact, some actual tools that you can go home and use, together with the new AutoCAD 2022 that you're just updating after our talk here. So improved recess. What does that mean, improved recess? I'm going to show you guys here. So basically, the tab that I put on here is our draw recess, or a recess tab from inside Impact for CAD. For those of you who are seasoned users of Impact, you'll see there's a fourth and a new one called Convert to Double Polygon Recess Filling, which is a long word to say, or a long sentence to say. But it is just as smart as it sounds. And I'll show you with some examples, of course. Other than that, there's also new commands in the actual draw recess filling inside it. So you can do some new and nice stuff. I promised you I would show you, so of course I'm going to do that. Here's a little bit of an animation. We're going to do double polyline recess here. Keep an eye on the 3D model to the right of the screen. So you can see here, we're marrying up the rectangle with the oval shape, and we're actually getting a filling on top of the element, which we can create in a very, very complex 3D geometry very easily with just 2 polylines in this case. And this is not the improved recess command. This is just a small part of the improved recess command. This is not convert to double polygon recess filling. This is a new function of draw recess filling. So I'm going to give you some more examples of how you can use this. This is one example given in the slab. Does it work on other element types? Of course it does. But let's jump to some more examples. Subtract 3D solids. Well, the subtract command has been improved as well. So that basically means that any 3D solid you have in AutoCAD, you can subtract it from elements in Impact. You can subtract it at any angle. You can subtract any shape. You can subtract it from almost any element. There's a couple of exceptions. I'll tell you the exceptions later. But in this case here, we have a I-beam, and we have a pipe. Maybe it's a pipe. It's a circular thing going through it at least. Do we want to measure it to find out where to put in the hole and all these things? No, we don't. We just want to say, I need a 20 mil gap between the hole. Please cut the hole for me. And it doesn't need to be an impact element as long as it's a 3D solid inside AutoCAD, or if you've got that far already, a 3D solid created into a linked element in Impact is also perfectly fine. On the left, you have the I-beam in 3D view. On the top right, you have the section of the I-beam. It's a little bit difficult to see when you cut it like this. You have the section, it's cutting through. It's only cutting through the middle of that little point in the I-beam. And just below that, where you see the circle, that's actually the front view of the I-beam. So you can see, you'll be able to see here around it, like the mouse covers. So that's another example, but I'm not going to stop there. I'm going to give you more examples again, because as I mentioned, I want you guys to be inspired to go back home today, try out these new things, especially this one, because I think it's a very nice one. So since we're covering 3D solids, I'm thinking of also going back to where it all started, because this subtract command, we did it I think maybe a couple of years ago, started with the double T's actually. Shapes like the double T's, we wanted to be able to do those shapes easily. But now because of the double polygonal recess, we can do it at an angle as well. So if you look to the left here, you'll see you can actually cut this recess in an angle. So that means, again, it's much, much easier to do something like this. A recess at an angle like this here was not even possible to do in Impact before. You had to write a note on the paper or something like that. But now, works like a charm. You press 3 buttons, it's done. So we're still not going to stop. We still have more things. So you can actually convert rectangular recesses to taper recesses as well. Here, example with a slab. And you'll see the slab in the 3D model here next to it. So you can see it does these tapered ones here. Again, what I'm showing you here is all about the examples. It's up to you guys. Go home and use it. See if you can get some good use out of it, of course. And then the last example, again, is the first example I started with. So I'll keep it to these 4 examples. You could think of 400 examples, because you can use it for anything where you use a filling or a recess, of course. And then almost all element types covered. The exception here is the form slabs and the double walls are not covered by this function here, of course. But otherwise, slabs, walls, sandwich walls, columns, beams, you name it, go ahead, try and use it. it's a great new addition to our software, I'd say. So basically, that's the improved recess. Let's jump on to the next thing, which is the circular openings and improved solid modeling. So sometimes when we do something new, we get a byproduct of something else that is also new and we're able to do. That's the case with the improved recess commands, because we can do the double polygonal recess. We can then cut an angle from the double T's. Because we can do the double polygonal recess, we can also do two different shapes of the polygonal recess, and so on and so forth. So we add on to the new function we make to create it into like a whole pool of new functions and the same thing. And that's also a little bit the case with improved solid modeling and circular openings. So I just call the tab here improved openings. What you'll see here is a could be a typical one, but it's a rectangular opening in a sandwich panel that has a little bit complicated geometry around the end cap. So you can see, for example, the top corner, the bottom corner, and if you're looking in this this example to the left, if you can see it's zoomed in, where it should exactly cut the inner geometry of this end cap for it to look correct to our human eyes, if you know what I mean, has been difficult for the software to do, because it knows to cut these 45 degrees angle upwards, but it might not necessarily know how to cut the other one. But because we did the circular openings, which I'll get to in a minute or two, we've actually been able to also improve the opening geometry in general. So that's what you'll see on the right here, which is much cleaner, and the bottom as well. It's not zoomed in on the bottom, but I guess you guys are able to see, you know, what's the difference on the bottom here as well. So it's something that we're also very happy about, you know, finally being able to do here. And well, the circular openings. It's not a circular hole, it's a circular opening. Basically, that means end caps. And what does it mean to have end caps? Well, any shape around the opening you want, it's there. So now you don't have to make a hole, write a note, do some custom work around and so on. You just pick the end cap you want and you have it in your circular hole, circular opening. There's the whole difference between the opening and the hole, of course. This is also something, jump back and look into the sandwich panel geometry in cases like this. Go in and check it out, see if it's changed, because chances are it's automatically changed if you have the newest version. The same thing, maybe you've seen it already. There's a new type of opening called circular. Go ahead, go in and check it out. If you need to create it, it's a great new tool as well. Grid lines on plan drawings. Well, it almost explains itself, doesn't it? But there is a little kicker to it I just want to tell you guys. But basically, you can draw, save, generate them on the floor plan. There's been added three new buttons on the plan tab, which I'm showing you here in the middle. And this is just an example of how they can look. One thing I want to mention here, it's not written in the actual PowerPoint, but you need to get a AutoCAD block or an impact block for AutoCAD or BricsCAD for this grid line here. This one you can go in and find in our wiki. I'll show you just in a minute where the wiki is as well. Peter also showed you, of course, before. But basically, when you do this inside AutoCAD now, it's connected into the PM. So if you have some modular lines from your customers, get them done, put them into Impact instead, and you also have it inside Project Manager. It gives you a little bit extra layer of precision inside the Project Manager, for example, as well. So it's a nice little addition that I wanted to put a little focus on for you guys. It's not something that we're going to spend a lot of time with. So basically, I'm just going to jump on to the next thing. The next thing is mirror linked. Mirror linked, is it a small thing? Is it a big thing? Well, it depends on the eyes that behold. So basically, it just means that we're able to mirror the linked element. What does mirroring the linked element mean? Well, the same thing as mirroring any other element. We mirror it, create a new element mark. Because of course the geometry is mirrored, no longer the same. So why does this help us? Well, there's one example here. Another example to quickly think of, if you're doing straight stairs or something like this with linked elements, you tend to have this zigzag pattern upwards where you have the same linked element just mirrored. So it's not the same, but almost just mirrored. You can use this command for that. So basically you don't have to take the 3D solid, mirror it, create two types of linked elements, do all of that extra work, everything double. You can just mirror it instead. So I think that you guys that are using the mirror, sorry, not the mirror, but the linked elements, you can think of some good examples where you can use it from home. Again, check if the button's there. If it's not, then update your impact, and then it'll be there. You can use it. So basically, that was the focus I wanted to put in on selected features. Now, I did not talk about specifically hollow core, double, form slab. There's tons of features for those things. Don't worry. I just didn't focus in on it because a lot of them are technical, gives you great improvements, but are not very exciting to look at in the presentation here. So I'm going to show you where you can go in and find what's actually nice for you guys to know instead. So, but it takes us to the next step, which is what does the near future hold for Impact for CAD? Is there going to be more news in Impact 16? The answer is yes, there will be. But of course, we're moving into Impact 17, as I mentioned earlier. But it doesn't mean that we're not doing new things in 16 still. So within the near future, the very near future, Q4, basically we're releasing within the next month. So in a few weeks, you'll be getting this out on your workstation so you can use it. And the same as before, we got a whole bunch of new features. We can now define cutting angles for using the draw wall outline. You can add offset distances to rectangular holes. There's new warning for lift points in form slabs. You can automatically get volume, mass, and weight from 3D solids and linked elements. There's a new type of I-shaped beam. There's a lot of new things. Customizing section text, you name it. This will also be documented in the wiki. It'll also be available to you guys to look at as soon as we release it. So keep your eyes peeled for this little update icon in the TrueSoft installer. I just want to focus in on one of these because it's a nice continuation of something that we showed last year. And what is this? Well, basically, it's the draw wall outline. So you can see here, I call this cutting angles. What does cutting angles mean? I'll show you. So here I'm doing a not so nice geometry for the draw wall outline. The draw wall outline we released last year was perfect for doing simple geometry fast, very fast even. But it basically meant you could get a relatively good geometry for a building extremely fast. But if you had something like this, you still end up with some manual tweaking and some manual work. Why am I focusing in on this now? Well, the reason I'm doing that is because we're going to release this new thing called cutting angles, especially for things where we have the elements on small angles like this, where we need a little bit more control. Also for corners where we're not cutting 90 degrees, we might want to cut 45 degrees, we might want to cut 75 degrees or 12 degrees, like in this case, it's much, much less. So we need some control, we need some added control for this. And that's exactly what we've been doing. So now you can see this started in the middle of the animation, but we have it here. So then you can see what you can actually control with. So a geometry like this, doing the rough geometry with the draw wall outline and cutting angles takes seconds. So what I'm going to do when it starts over now, we're going to count it. So we're counting now, we got to 3 seconds, 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6, 7, 8, and I'm talking at the same time now as I'm counting, so we're like 12 seconds. So now we're selecting these different angles here, and we're still counting in the background of our head how long does it actually take to make something like this? I think we're at around 20 seconds now, maybe 21, 22, 23 seconds. And we're actually finishing up now. Now we have a perfect geometry within caps for everything. It counted less than 30 seconds here. 30 seconds to create a geometry like this. Well, it almost seems to be like unprecedented, completely customizable. This is a great tool as well to go in and check out when it gets released in roughly a few weeks. So I promised to tell you guys a little bit more about where you can find the new release features. And well, basically the wiki, Peter went into it before on the computer. I just made a small animation for you guys here. So basically what you want to do is you go into the wiki, wiki.impactextrusoft.com, and you click to the top left, you click on change notes. When you click on change notes, you can choose your application, which would be Impact for CAD. Change notes, we click now. Now we click Impact for CAD. Now we go down, we look, oh, in version 16.016 Q3, we have a new command called draw recess from element that could subtract a solid, just like I showed you here. This is here where you'll go in, learn about the features that you want to use. So I promised you guys a surprise bonus, and now we're coming to it. So hopefully you've sticked around. Hopefully you're still paying attention. If you're not, now's the time to pay a little bit of attention, because this is something new, something that we believe will help a lot, because it's something that brings us closer. It's something that for all users of Impact will not have to wait 3 months for a new release, a year for the Impact User Conference and so on. It's something we're going to give you every single week. And that is the tip of the week. Some of you may have seen it already. You may have seen it on our social media. You may have seen it on our YouTube channel. You can see there's a new channel called Impact Precast Tip of the Week. There's 19 videos now. We've been doing it 19 weeks straight. You may have also seen, if you, for example, following me on LinkedIn, you might see, well, this is a post from 3 weeks ago. It's from Project Manager though, but the tip of the week, it covers the whole Impact software. So sometimes it's Impact for CAD, sometimes it's Project Manager, sometimes it's production, sometimes it's Impact for Revit. It depends. And every week, it's one of a handful of different people that's going to show you the tip. So in this case here, the picture is me doing it. But I actually have something I want to show you guys, because I was talking about the circular openings. And we did a tip of the week on that. And that tip of the week is done by our new colleague in Hungary, Akos. And I want to show you guys this tip. It's a 2-minute video, so it's not too long, but Akos shows exactly how to use this new circular openings command. So let's just play it and see what he has to tell us here. Tip of the week. So let me lean back here. Great. 2 minutes. Akash basically showed us how to use the circular openings command. He even gave us a little schooling in how to copy sections as well and update the reinforcement in the elements. So 2-minute tip of the week. You're learning maybe 3 new things, maybe 1 new thing, depending on what you already knew. It's great to follow. Social media, LinkedIn, us here at TrueSoft, follow us. You'll probably see that we'll post these. Otherwise, follow the YouTube channel and you'll get posted every time there's a new tip of the week. And the YouTube channel is just this TrueSoft one. So Impact 17 is what I'll end up with. I'm not going to talk overly much about it because I think we've been really good at putting most of the things that we could into Impact 16 because we know that you guys are using it and we cannot just wait for Impact 17. But there are some things that we had to do database changes and things like that, of course, that had to be reserved for 17 because we couldn't do it in 16. So I'll just give you a little bit of a few features here. Impact 17 is on the way. So here's just a little bit, Impact for AutoCAD doesn't have a splash screen, but here's a little splash screen for the project manager where we all start from anyways. And just jumping in on just a couple of features, just to name them in here. You get a lot more control with 17, basically meaning you have more precision of lift and wall definitions. You can set the color of definitions so that in this example, you have hollow cores in different sizes. The small ones are 200 millimeter ones are green, 300 millimeter ones are red, 250 are purple, and so on and so forth. You can do it by the definition. We also will be supporting layouts on double walls and 3D solids for double walls and form slabs in Impact 17 as well. So here's just a couple of examples of the double walls and form slabs, giving you much more control of the double wall and form slab drawings, and more being able to do more with them automatically. Exclude specific casting materials, use name as default in openings, get color indications on MEP keys, and more. So there's a lot of things on the way that we had to reserve for 17, of course, because of database changes or other things, but there's still a lot of things on the way in 16 as well. But this is just to show you guys, get excited for 17 and Impact for CAD as well, of course. So basically for me, that's what I wanted to talk about. I have this little tab called questions. I'm looking at my watch here, and the watch says that the time, I also look at the computer, is 10:43. Basically means 2 minutes until I have to finish the presentation. So I think that those 2 minutes are well spent in actually going over to the agenda and presenting Mr. Linus Carlson for Impact Design for Revit, of course. So I think that you can join in, Linus, get your webcam switched on, take over the screen, and we'll continue with Revit. And I can see, sorry guys, I can see some of you have written just before going on to Linus that unfortunately you couldn't hear the sound of what Akash was talking about on the video, but basically just that now I'm putting in the opening, now I'm copying the section. So join in on YouTube to go in and find it, and you can see it with the sound on, of course, as well. Yeah, Linus, we are ready to give the word to you.
Yes. Do you see me and hear me?
Perfectly, yes.
Great. Then I will try to share my screen. And maybe you, Nikolai, can help me to tell if you are seeing the correct one.
Yeah.
Just 1
Keep
second.
an eye out here.
There we have it. Can you see it?
News and Impact for Revit, Linus Carlson. I think it's right.
Perfect. then I will take over, I guess. And yeah, that was a little bit too quick. So thank you very much, Nikolai. My name is Linus Karlsson, as Nikolai and Peter said before, and some of you know me and some I'm a new face for. So I'm the technical implementation manager here at Strusoft. And this last year, or this year actually, I've been working with or closer with Impact Revit, because for the last years I've been involved with Impact Revit a lot, but this year I've been acting as a product owner, since the normal product owner, Desi, has been on maternity leave. So it has been very exciting for me, and I really enjoyed it. And yeah, it has been a fun year with developing new features for you to use. So let me just move around a little bit here, because I'm covering my screen. Yes. So before we start, I wanted to continue with the things that Desi told you about last year. So I really enjoyed the things that she said, and especially the thing that she summed up the whole development year in 2 words. So I'm going to continue with that. So when I went through the whole backlog and workload that we have done this last 12 months, I saw a lot of nice features that I'm going to show you. But I decided to go with 2 words this year as well. So my 2 words will be easier and faster. And after my presentation, I hope that you will all understand what I mean. Otherwise, we can take a talk, and I will definitely convince you that that has been what our aim has been this year. So let's start. I've decided to divide this into 3 parts. This this agenda. So first, what have we done the last 12 months, or since the last user conference? Secondly, now some internal or technical issues. But secondly, what's new in Q4, because that's just coming in a few weeks, as Nikolai told you about before. And the third part, what is coming next. And I guess that some of you can think of what that means, but I will just keep you there a little bit. So you will need to wait and see. So yeah, easier, the first word that I decided to use today. What does that mean? For me, it means that, yeah, we like, the whole aim for this year has been to make the functions and implementations of the Impact Revit software easier for you as a user. So let's start at the shop drawings. We have seen that the shop drawings are very, very important for you as a user, and it's very, very important that you spend time to create your shop drawing template as you want it. We wanted to, we know that it will take some time to do this part, but we wanted to help you with reducing the unnecessary time. And what do I mean with that? So basically, when we are creating a shop drawing template, we need to place a lot of views, such as front view, section views, but also schedules like custom materials schedule or an rebar schedule. Until now, we have had this in a 3-step or 2-step procedure, where the first part has been to create the views or schedules in Revit. So without any impact application, you needed to be in your template, create some sheets, place the views where you wanted them, add the second step, as I call it, the view template. So for you who are new to Revit, the view template is basically deciding you know, what to see. Should I see custom materials in this view, or should I see reinforcement? Do I want it to be a wireframe view, or should it be more like real life, so it should be shaded? Who knows? It's only you who can decide. When you put that work in, the second step was to, or third or second, depending on who you count it, was to add all the settings. So for Impact to know how to generate and what to include in the different views, we needed some settings. And let's say that you were working on the settings and then you came up with, oh yeah, I forgot to change something in my view. Then you needed to close the settings, change the view, and go back. So it was a lot of back and forth, and that back and forth was, you know, unuseful, time consuming. So what we do instead? We made it possible for you to add views and schedules from the user interface in Revit. So this means that instead of going back and forth from the different, from Impact, let's say, and pure Revit, you can do all the changes in the Revit template and the settings at the same time without closing any windows. So I will show you a little bit how to do it. So in this short video, I'm adding a front view. I'm deciding what type of view it is because it's only me who knows. So it's elevation front. And on we will see a bigger picture of it in a second, but I can show this video again. After deciding what type, we need to add the view type. So as I said before, how should the view look like and what should be included? And in addition to that, we wanted to add the possibility for you to control and add the dimension settings while you create it. So the dimension settings is basically you know, a setup of what should be dimensioned in this view. Should we, for an elevation view, we maybe want to dimension the cost material, but we don't want to do the reinforcement because we want it on another sheet and another view in our drawing. So those kind of things. So here we have 3 different options. So the first one is we can do the default setup. So internally in Revit or Impact, we have decided for some views and some setup that, yeah, this is basically what you need for a front view. Or if you want to start from scratch, you might want to use the empty setup so that you can decide everything from yourself. Or if this isn't your first view that you're creating, let's say that you have created a sandwich template and you have done inner panel and now you're doing the outer panel, then you might want the same settings for both those views, and then you can import the dimension line settings from the previous elevation view that you created. And this makes it much faster for you to create and work with the templates. Also, let's say that you have been working on your template and all the views are created and so on, but you want to change something because you decided that, yeah, I want it in this way instead. So let's say that you want to change like 3 dimension line settings on all views or most of the views. Then you can do it in one and just import the settings to a new or to all other views. And this is done by this import dimensionalize settings command, where you select the parent view, so basically the view that you've done your changes in, and then you say, okay, do I want all the settings in my view, or do I want to specify which ones of the active views that I want? So you have 2 options there. And of course, we wanted to do this even better. So when you're finished with one template, so let's say that you're done with your sandwich wall template, and now you're gonna do your template for your solid walls. What you will do then, instead of starting from scratch, you just take a copy of the sandwich template, and then with this setting import dimension lines between templates, you will be able to import the settings correctly, because most of the time, I would say 60 to 80% of the settings will always be the same, no matter what element type you're working with. So instead of doing this 60 to 80% for each view, you can just do it once and reuse it. So as we can see here in this picture, we are doing this, or this function works like you're selecting a template at the top as the parent template. So in this case, the sandwich wall, and then we are automatically mapping the views, so the settings from the views, if the names are the same in both templates. You can see here that the selected row is differing. So from on one side we have front, and on the other one we have elevation front. So this will not be automatically mapped, but you as a user can decide. So this gives you the whole control of what settings you want to be placed in each view. And of course, this makes it faster as well to work with the templates. But also we wanted to make it easier for you to work with your drawings in the model. So not only with the template. So one of the features that I want to show you today is the drawing properties. So a lot of you have been requesting that you want a tool to easily change and control the parameters in your drawing, such as, if you have checked someone's drawing, then you want to add your check and approve dates and so on, as well as updating the specifications. Maybe you want to change some of the parameters there. Until now we have been able to do that from Project Manager, but now we also have the possibility directly in Revit to make it easier for you to access. But if you want to use it from the Project Manager, of course we still have the function there as well. Another thing that we have improved is the open shop drawings. So if you have been working with Revit, you know that it doesn't take that much elements or assemblies or element marks until your list of assemblies and then in the long run the drawing list looks something like this. So it's kind of a struggle to find the element that you are working with. If you, let's say that you want to open the reinforcement drawing for one of these sandwich walls here, it could be a struggle to find it. So we wanted to improve this for you, as we took the current open shop drawing command and made it better and a little bit more advanced. So as you can see here, we have a dialog where on the left side we have the drawings. So all the drawings that are available or generated in the project will be shown there. On the right side, we have the sheets. So basically, each drawing can contain several amounts of sheets. Let's say the main sheet and the reinforcement sheet. So from here, you can just select your drawings and select, one or more sheets to open at the same time. Maybe you want, maybe the list is longer here than mine. Maybe you want to search for your drawing. Then you can do that as well, either by searching for drawing name or element mark if they are differing. So in this case here, I have the SW05. I've searched for that, but it shows the drawing name connected to that element. So it means that you can search, a little more freely and from here open the drawing. But also it could be that where in the element the element, or where in the model the element is located, but you don't remember the drawing name or element mark. Then of course you can use the pick option to find an element, and by doing that we will highlight it in the list and you can open the sheets from there. So everything is here to make it easier for you as a user. We've also improved or made a little bit of improvement or clarifications for the Smart Sim command. So for you who doesn't know, the Smart Sim is a function for you to add a set of custom materials. As you can see here in this picture, I've added 2 sets of welding plates. So this tool is to apply these to walls, but also save some setups to apply on other elements, or not other elements, but other walls, basically. So everything is based on parameters, as you can see here. So in short, how this works: you select a custom material. And yeah, of course, you can add one single one, but usually you want to add several ones with some rules. So in short, you decide where the first one should be, and then we have 3 parameters that is controlling the the rest of the custom materials. And until now, it has been a little bit difficult for you as a user to see, like, did I over constrain my setup, or did I do it correctly? So we have added something that we are calling like instant calculations. So here I have my spacing instance, number of instance, and end of set parameters. So as you can see here at this short video, when I add 2 of these parameters, the third one will automatically be calculated. And this is because we wanted to make it clear for you that you need to put any value here, because that will always constrain your setup. But we will also make it clear for you to double check if this is the value that you are counting on, or such things. So by this, I hope that we made it easier to use the Smart Sim, and yeah, we are actually right now working on some more improvements. So just bear with us. We've also added the support for Revit 2022, and among a lot of nice features or new things that Autodesk have added, I've selected 2 that you can benefit from. So the first one is the improved rebars. I think that most of you will benefit from it, because we are relying a lot on the rebars in Revit. So this will improve how you work with rebars in pure Revit, but also make it more useful with the impact functions regarding the rebars. We can also leave or we don't need to rely on the third-party PDF creators, since Autodesk built in their own PDF creator. So this is also making it easier for you as an impact for Revit user to create PDFs from your Revit models. We've also released the possibility for you to collaborate in Impact with the BIM 360. So BIM 360 is the cloud or collaboration cloud from Autodesk. So it works a little bit differently, but as if you are collaborating with your central file in your own network. So we have, and that option we have had for a long time. But now we also provide the option to collaborate in BIM 360, which, for instance, gives you more efficient syncing to your central file, which is very nice. And this is just a few of the examples or features that we have added in the previous year. So here I've just decided to put some more. I didn't have as many as Nikolai, but you can see that we have done some improvements and new features. So the next thing that I think that most of you are waiting for right now is the Q4. So what's new there, or what's to expect when you update? First of all is a feature that shows the center of gravity. So we have requests from users for this feature to make it, again, easier to work in Impact for Revit. Until now, you need to, if you want to see the center of gravity of an element, you need to create a shop drawing to see it. But it might be that you just want to see it quickly so you can control something and you don't want to spend time on generating the shop drawing on, because you're early in your modeling and the shop drawing is you coming in the end. So we have decided to so we have you can just select an element, any element type, and apply the dimensions to see where the center of gravity is in all 3 directions. And if you do some changes, let's say that you add or remove a window, your center of gravity will change. So then you can update it and you get the new center of gravity information immediately. And if you're working with a sandwich wall or a double wall, you will also be able to select if you want to see center of gravity for a whole element or for a specific panel. That could be useful sometimes. Another thing that you can look forward to is the find element option. So basically, this is something that we have been missing in Revit, so we wanted to bring it here as well for you. So it could be that you want, in the middle of your project, you need to change one of the welding plates to another size or another manufacturer or something. Then you can just select, search for that cost material, and you can see in which element it's placed and so on. And then you can go and change it. Also, you might want to know, for some reason, you want to know which element your end caps or one specific end caps is attached or used. Then you can search for that as well. So I decided to just keep this short since you will see all the news just in a couple of weeks. So this was the two tips that or not tips, but the 2 features that I want to show you for the Q4. And what's next? I think that you all can think of it. It's the Impact 17. So as Nikolai said, we also have been working on the 17 this last year. And of course, at the meantime, when we did the 16 and focused on the easier and faster keywords, we have also done that for the 17. So I wanted to show you a handful of, or not a handful, but a couple of features that I think that should be good for you when you are upgraded to 17 in a short future. And I hope that you are as excited as I am. So first of all is the possibility to create definition for all element types. So if you have never used Impact Revit before and only AutoCAD, you may think that this is what's new to this. You need a definition for everything. But in Revit, in short, you have 2 types of families. So for the families that we have had the definitions for already, it's like walls, slabs, and so on. But we have been lacking it for the so-called loadable families. So basically families that you create in a separate file and then use in your model. So for instance, beams. But in 17, we have decided to create definitions for this. And the first benefit for you is that you have, easy access to the information about your element definition or your beam. But the big benefit is that you will save time while creating new, let's say that you're creating a new L-shaped beam or something. Then right now, or in 16, you will be, to get to the point where you can use your new section, you need to either open an existing L-shaped beam family, and create a new type, so a new size of it, and save that to the database. Or if you don't even have the L-shaped beam, you need to create the family from scratch. But in 17, you will start with a definition. And with that definition, we can just generate the standard sections automatically. So basically, if you want this L-shaped beam, you can get it in like 30 seconds or less. So how does that work? You create a definition, as we can see here. You fill in all the values for your section to the right, and you select, of course, what type it is. So in this case, we have this inverted T. Then we click on the Create Family button, and you will be able to generate this standard shape. So our standard shapes are these ones, as you might know. And of course, you might have some user-defined. That works as well, but a little bit different. I won't show this to you now, but if you're interested, when we release the 17, I will of course provide you with proper documentations about it. But if you are, a little bit Revit fan and you want to do all the families yourself, of course you can do that. So this will work two-way. So if you want to create your families and make all the parameters work yourself and then connect it to a definition, that works as well. So then you just select the section type, the standard section type, and you select your family, and we will fill it in. Of course, here are some rules, but I won't bore you with those rules now. But as I said, for the user-defined, if you are interested, we can take it later on when you have 17 available. So as I said, in this example, we had a beam, but we have more than one loadable family type for elements. Oh yeah, sorry, I was a little bit too early. I want to conclude this part first. So yeah, in general, to tie this together, you will have it easier to create your new beams, for instance. But you can also control the information more, like what production line to use. You can control, which edges you want chamfer for. Maybe you want to remove them, or maybe you want to add them for some definition. You have easy access to the lift settings. So if you have worked with it with this before, you have seen that if you want to change some lifts, you need to do that in the family itself. Now you can do it in the interface. And of course, the lifting or the naming configurations. And now we have been looking for the beam, but this will work for the column, for the hollow core, and for the linked elements. So basically, this will conclude all the element types. So in 17, you will be able to create all new definitions from the interface. So basically, this means that if you don't have that much experience yet, but you want to try out Impact for Revit, then you can do that without being an expert in creating families. But if you are an expert and you want to do it the old way, of course, it's still there. So the last thing I want to go through is something that I think that many of you are, excited for. I know it because I myself have been asked about it for countless times the last years, and that's exports from Revit. So finally, it's here, and we will support the BVBS, the Progress XML, and the Unit Technique. So I know that a lot of you have been asking for it, and it's finally here due to the possibilities we have now with the database changes in 17. So yeah, if that wasn't enough, we also add the function to do this from the project manager. So this means that you don't even have to have Revit open. You don't even have to have Revit, access to Revit to create the exports for your project. Because you might be, in the production and you want to do the exports, then you just access Project Manager and do it for the elements that you want. And to do the exports, before we do that, we need to make sure that the information for the elements or for the exports are fine. So that we will do with the producibility control. And when we implemented this, we wanted to make it easier for you again. So we made it very visual. So yeah, before we go into some details, for you who doesn't know, the producibility control is basically, let's say that you have an automatic welding machine and you're gonna create a bar mesh for your element. Before you can send the information to the machine to create it, you need to meet some rules and requirements. Maybe it could be like the grid spacing or what size of rebars can you use. This is all handled by the standard admin, as it is for AutoCAD today. But what we are providing is a very visual way to handle this, because most elements, simple ones, most of it are fine when you are generating them, so no issues with the rules. But if you have some shapes, it might be that it looks like this. You have some issues that you need to handle, and we wanted to provide a way to do this for you easily. So I will show you some examples here. The first one, you'll see that you have 3 issues for this slab, for the form slab. First of all, you have a bar that is first too short, but it also have one intersection point. So it's basically where it meets the other rebar. So that one we want to delete. As we can see here now, we have a third issue. You will see it just in a second again. The third issue was that the projection length. So the length that the rebar is sticking out from the last perpendicular rebar is too short. So we wanted to extend that. And as you can see here, in like 3 seconds, it will extend the reinforcement cover as well. But when I, as a designer, decide what to do, I need to, see, okay, this is fine. I can cut it later on when we are creating the elements. And when we are done, the list is empty, which means that the element is fine, so we can send it to production. Another example is this option to include or exclude rebars. As we can see here, when we highlight our mesh, we have one rebar that is not included. So the reason is that I've added it manually because I wanted to strengthen this part of the element. So by selecting it and adding it to the mesh with the interface, I can make sure that this bar will come in my export as well. So when I create my bar mesh, it will be included. In the opposite way, it might be that we are generating some bar mesh, and some rebars are, having some issues to meet the requirements from the machine. But you cannot change it too much because of different reasons. Then you can exclude it from the rebar or bar mesh. So exclude doesn't mean delete, but exclude just said, okay, this rebar is so-called manual. So I will put it myself in the mold, but it should not be added to the bar mesh when we create it in the machine. So we have the option to add and remove the rebars. And of course, you might have some big elements where the maximum length of a mesh is exceeded. So then you need more than one. And if that happens, we wanted to make it very clear for you to decide where is the issue. Is it in mesh 1 or mesh 2? So as you can see here, we've added 2 tabs when that happens. So bar mesh 1 and bar mesh 2. So you can focus on one at each time, and when all is fine, then you can see that both are empty, both lists. And the last thing is that maybe you want to multitask, so you want to select like a whole floor or maybe a building part. Then you can do that. Select your elements, and we just provide different tabs for all elements. And as I showed you previously, if the bar mesh or if it's more than one mesh in an element, then we will just add 2 tabs. But it's very clear with the element mark before it. And to end it up, we will also give you the possibility to turn on a setting which will, provide or prevent you from setting an element ready for production without approving the producibility control or check. And this is for, making it easier for you to be sure that, okay, I'm not doing a mistake to set an element ready for production while I should just first check the producibility. So I think that is a good small feature to this. So I hope that you are as excited as I am for the new features, both now what we already have in 17 or 16, sorry, what is to come in Q4, but also what's new in Impact 17. So that was all for me. And if you have some questions, feel free to ask them in the question area, as Peter showed earlier. If you rather like talk with me, you have my contact information here, and yeah, you can also reach out to the support team and your normal or favorite Strusoft guy or girl. Before I end, I just want to show that we or advertise our wiki page as Nikolai did earlier for AutoCAD. We also have one for Revit. And if you want to check it out quickly, I've added this nice QR code for you to just scan, so you can just check it during the lunch break that we will have right now. So with this, a big thank you for your time. And yeah, as I said, lunch break now. We will be back with Dennis Knutson presenting Impact project at 1 p.m. So with that, I hope that you enjoyed mine and the previous speakers' presentations, and see you again at 1.
The presentation about Project Manager will start in about 5 minutes. Hello everyone, the clock is now 1 o'clock and I hope you all had a nice lunch and are ready for the project manager presentation. I hope you all can see my screen, and yeah, if you cannot see my screen, please say so, then I will try to adjust some things. Nikolai didn't yell at me, so I assume everyone can see the screen and hear me, of course. So, my name is Dennis Knudsen, and I'm the product owner of Impact Project Manager. And I will, of course, present this year's Project Manager. This presentation here will take around 30 to 35 minutes. Since our last user conference, we have developed more than 80 new features, and I would, of course, love to go through all of them, but we only have around 30 minutes, so I have selected a few of them. In the first part of my presentation, I will be focusing on Impact 16 and talk about things that are already developed or will be released in the upcoming Q4. In the last part of my presentation, I will talk about Impact 17 features, where some of the features are still ongoing development, but I just felt that I needed to have these two things for Impact 17 in this presentation, because this can really change the way that we work with Impact today. So if we start with an old friend from last year, colors in the model view. This year we have added more functionality into the colors, but actually also based on the feedback we got from last year about colors part 1, we actually decided to add more element colors like transport status, transport factory, cast division, and stack status. And this is why I feel that the user conference, or in general, talking with the customers and customers' feedback, is so important, because it really helps us developing our applications and making it better. So what we have done this year is that we have giving a more correct information on what you will call it, or at least information based on the element color, on the selected element color, when you click on the information button. Before, it just showed the element status, and that was a bit misleading when you had, for example, the cast division chosen. The I will always show, information button will always show what information are available in the database. So what we've done to not have this huge list at the top left corner of the model view, we added what we call color index. Here it will only show the colors that are used in the model view, so we don't have, as we have here in Strusoft, all our many production divisions shown in the top left corner and taking up all the space. Another thing we have added is editable element tag colors. And this might seem like a small thing, but as many of you probably know, is that the color of the element tag, for example, when it's none, is a grayscale color. And this grayscale color here often collide with the color of the element, making the element tag very difficult to read. So we have added three possibilities to set colors for 3 different options: none, yes, and no. The none color is when in element color none is selected, and this is where it often clashed. So as we can see here, it now has a nice light blue color instead of the one gray color before. If we take a look at the yes and no, this will be applied to statuses where it's yes or no, what you'll see is like ready for production, erection, and crane check. The rest of the colors will be shown as normal. For example, transport will show the transport color. So make sure to go home and do this color setting. This is a universal setting set from standard admin. Last year, I talked about import linked and the possibility of importing the drawings when creating linked. And this was a huge step for us in the right direction, or what you will call it, with the import linked, because it doesn't contain all the same information as we have when we created through Impact. And I know that many of you are using import linked, so we wanted to improve it more. So this year we have added the possibility to add custom material, reinforcement and recesses to the elements that we import with the Excel sheet. So now it contains 4 tabs instead of what you say, just 1 tab. And as we can see here in the video, the 4 tabs at the bottom, we need to go into Sim, reinforcement and recess, and fill in the proper information, the correct information for the things that we want to add. And as we can see here, there's a huge amount of headlines at the top. All a description for these headlines and what to fill in can be found on our wiki page. And then we of course go in here, we find the Excel sheet as normal, and it's of course also still possible to import it with drawings. Now the element is created as normal, and as we can see here, we have now some nice round recesses in our element. The smart part about this is that it's not only added to the element, it's also correctly registered, or what you call it, into the database. So the information that we bring in with the Excel sheet can now be transferred to both the summary and project manager, but also into the cost estimation. So now we will get a more correct representation of the elements that we actually put into the project manager with our Excel sheet. So we can see here on this picture here that we need to connect all the different things to an element mark, and this is of course to get it to be attached to the correct element mark when it's get imported. We have also added to the element mark 6 new columns, all the planned data or planned date columns in Project Manager, and the erection sequence number. So therefore, it's very important that you go in to our wiki, download the new import linked Excel sheet, and start using that, where you get more opportunities with the 3 things that I just mentioned, and also get the updated element mark, because otherwise you can risk running into trouble using an old one, because we've added more columns. Another function that I would like to talk about is copy building. And this is a function that, funny enough, or you'll say, copy the whole building. And this will help users reuse elements much easier than it is today. So we don't have to go into AutoCAD and copy the full building. So if we take a look at the video here, we copy the building from our project browser. We give it a unique name. We can either write or pick the point for our insertion point, and it's also possible to rotate the building. We can also choose if the erection sequence should be added to the elements that are copied, and this erection sequence here will take the same order as the copied building, but it will continue the erection sequence instead of having having the same erection sequence, as we can see here. So another thing about reusing or moving space, or what you will call it, moving elements around, we have switch element placement, and it basically just what you will say move the 2 elements, move the placement of the 2 elements. So as we can see in the video here, the element in the lower left building is actually the one on the cast. And what we do now is that we switch the 2 elements around. So the element at the top building will actually be placed, be the one on the cast. So this provides an easy way to move elements around that has already been produced if they go out and make some last minute adjustments or erecting it on the wrong building on site, or what can happen. Before we had to remove it from everything before we could, plan it again. Filtering out unnecessary information is becoming a bigger and bigger thing for me, what you'll see, because only seeing the information that you need can save you a lot of time and frustration of not finding the correct information. So what we have implemented in the project manager is that you can now, like in the element ID, filter out the information in the element properties. And this is, of course, as I said, because there is more and more information, and not all the actors of the process, designers, planners needs the same information. So why should they see it? This here will not only filter out the unnecessary information, but it will also make it easier to find the correct one. And it has this lovely side effect that it will actually make the selection of the elements in the model view and element ID much faster. And this is, of course, because the impact doesn't need to load the same amount of data. If we take a closer look at this speedy video here, we can see that on the left side, we are filtering out all the unnecessary information. I think maybe half of it or something like that. And on the other side, we are having all the information loaded. We can see that the average on the one side is actually 0.75, and on the other side, it's 1.14. And I think if my math is correct, that is like 1/3 faster. And that is a very, very nice addition. So go home, remove all the information that's not needed, and get it speed up in the model view. The next thing I will talk about is that it's possible to add drawing layouts to 3D, plan, elevation, and other drawings. And this might seem like a thing that has always been there, but it hasn't not. But we have now added it. And what we have done is that instead of having all the tables accessible, we have only the name, the drawing name, the sheet, the panel, and the revision available for these types of drawings. So the name here is, of course, the name that we have placed on the layout in the AutoCAD drawing. The drawing name is the name that will be added in the drawing head or drawing panel. And this here can either be a custom text, or as we can see, I have a layout and I have drawing. And this is 2 macros that also can be used. The layout will take the name, automatically take the name of the drawing layout, and the drawing will take the name of the DVG. So if the DVG is called Plan 123, then my name in the panel head will be Plan 123, and it will be 3D in the case with the layout. Both these macros here can be written as full uppercase, full lowercase, or with the first letter as uppercase. This is the variations that we allow. Why do we suddenly add layouts to these types of drawings here? This is because it should be easier to plot from the project manager. Now we can plot everything from the project manager, but we also have made it possible to go in and use the layout information to plot. So basically what we do today is that we go in, and when we plot, we go in and we send a script to AutoCAD. This script here is containing all the information that we fill in this one here in the plot drawings dialog. And for example, if the drawing orientation is landscape or portrait, then you need to know which drawing is which, right? And then you need to go in and plot twice. And that's also annoying when you get one of the drawings that are not correct and it doesn't get plotted correct, of course. So what we have introduced is that we can plot using the layout information. So basically, by going into the layout, adding the layout either in the BL file, in the drawing template, or adding it, with the impact command, then there will be created a layout down here at the bottom of the tabs, of course. and then you can go in, add page manager setup, add it to the selected layout, and add the information that we basically sent before. So now you can go in and say that each drawing should have or the specific drawings should have a portrait orientation, and the other one should have a landscape. So each setup can actually be unique. And now we can just mark everything out from the project manager, use that information to plot, and now we have all the drawings. So the whole point is to make it easier to go in and plot from the project manager. Last year, I also talked about the file sync, and I think that this year I wanted to have it in the presentation still, because it's still something that needs to be utilized by the customers. More and more people are still working from home because of the whole situation we have right now. And so I wanted to talk about, we have done some improvements throughout the year to make everything more automatic and more so the user doesn't notice that they're using the file sync. And a lot of you is already working with the file sync, but I also know that there's a lot of customers that doesn't. And using the file sync will have all the files locally. So instead of connecting with a VPN to a network drive, then you have all your files locally, and it will be faster reading the files and faster working with the files. So if we start with how the file sync works. So basically the file sync is a cloud storage. This cloud storage here contains, when uploading files to it, it will create what we can call bin files, binary files. And this is the files that our Impact reads and creates the DBG files from. Then each user have what we call a local DB. This is where we store the information on each drawing that's getting uploaded and downloaded. So Impact can compare the values of the file with the local file or the cloud storage, depending on what command we are running, and make sure that it's getting uploaded or downloaded correctly, of course. And then we have the local DBG, the DBG file, and that is what is opened in from Project Manager, and this is what is saved into the project folder. So if we take some simple examples on uploading and downloading files, we have user A. He has created a file and wants to upload this file into the cloud. User A goes in and synchronizes the file, and this file here, it will be generated in the cloud as a binary file with what we call a checksum and a file size. It's a bit technical, but I'm trying to explain it. And then user B wants to download it, right? It downloads the bin file that creates the DBG file based on the checksum and the file size. So everything is now in sync. The DBG file is the same on user A and user B. So how does this look in real life? User A goes in and synchronizes the file, and we can see that it says new file on disk, and he's going to upload it. User B now goes in and synchronizes the file, and it's now a new file on cloud because it's looking into the cloud and can see there is a version of it there. There's nothing local. Then we download the file. So now everything is in sync. It's the same file that user A and user B has on the computer. So now user B wants to go in and change this file. So user B changes the DBG file on the local computer. When user B now tries to synchronize up to the cloud can see that the file in the that is registered in the local DB is not the same, and therefore it knows that it needs to get uploaded. The same happens at user A, just the other way around. The cloud storage has a different checksum and file size, and there compares it with user A's local DB. it can see that there's a mismatch, and therefore it will know that it needs to download. So if we take a look at this in Project Manager, so we can see here that I try to open up the file and it says, please lock the file. So when we're using file sync, each file that we are working with needs to be locked in Project Manager. This lock here basically just closes down or allows the user that has locked it to use the impact commands. If a user tries to open it without locking it, it will just say that the impact commands cannot be run. I added a wall, saved it, and we can see there are a dialog box. I'll come back to that. But now we go out to the Project Manager and synchronize it. It says that there is a newer version on disk and it should be uploaded. And this is because the cloud can see that the checksum doesn't match and we need to upload the file. If we now take user A, we go in, synchronize, and we can see that it's now a newer version in cloud and it needs to be downloaded. We can also see that it has been changed by another user when it has been changed and that stuff. So this is the overall idea, or what you will say, about the file sync. Of course, there will be other scenarios also if these files are deleted or stuff like that. But basically, we lock the file, we upload and download files depending on what we, of course, need. So back to the automatic things. We try to automate as much as possible with the file syncs, so the user don't feel that they need to, make a greater effort, or what you will call it, using the file sync. So we have here an example from AutoCAD that we have when we close down the drawing. It will ask, do you want to synchronize, unlock and synchronize the drawing? So basically, it will unlock the file in the Project Manager, and then it will synchronize, in this case, upload. It will synchronize the file into the cloud. This was the features that I've chosen to, to show in Impact 16. And now I will show some Impact 17 features, where 2 of them are still ongoing, and I will save them for the last. This first feature here, that will be part of the first version of Impact 17, is element history. The element history here can be found in both the element ID tab, but also in the planning tab from the resource manager. And the name element history is quite similar to element status history, and it actually is almost the same, but element history is what I like to call a more intelligent version of the element status history, where it gives a much better overview of the changes that actually have been made. We can see here that in the element history dialog, we have some yellow boxes, and these yellow boxes here are actually the changes that has been made. So it's easy to see what changes has been made, but it also have multiple rows of status roles, or what do we call it. At the top, we have 3 status 40. In the old, element status history, there will only be 1, and then it will just say changed by. It's not only possible to filter out the information with the filters like we have in our applications, but it's also possible to go in and say isolate changes. So as we can see here at the top picture, we with isolate changes, it's only the changes that are shown. And this is again what informations are relevant. Can we filter out the things that are not relevant to make everything more accessible and visible? And here at the bottom, we can also filter it on status. The whole idea, of course, with this element history here is to go in and give a better overview of the, throughout the element process of designing this one here and producing it. So more transparent information and what has happened throughout the process. The next two features that I'm going to talk about are still ongoing. So there might be some changes during the development, but the overall functionality should be the same. These two features here will be a huge addition to Impact, and as I mentioned at the start of this presentation, it will probably change the way we work with Impact today. We start with the notifications. So the notifications will allow the users to be notified both automatically and manually, automatic by Impact and manually by other users. And this here will be providing a way to communicate that hasn't been available before, to communicate during the lifetime of the project. So automatic notifications is emails that is sent out on a daily basis or weekly, monthly, yearly basis, and can contain different information, some like, for example, planning data or drawing data. This here is you have to go in and subscribe on these automatic notifications, and then you will be included on getting the emails on regular basis. And this here will hopefully make it easier for the users to keep up with the changes, see where have things been changed, but also spot things that could lead into problems in the future. As we can see here, this is an example of an updating planning data that is automatically generated. Again, the changed things are highlighted with yellow. We also have the possibility to send out element status, or if an element has been decreased in status. Manual notifications are stored into the database and can be accessed through the application. Right now, it's Project Manager, and it's possible in manual notifications to add attachments. We can see that what elements it's about. If it's about an element, if it's not about an element, it will just be blank. It of course needs a title and a description. Then it needs to be sent out to persons. That can either be what we call a send list, that is a group of people, or you can custom write in who you want to send it out to. This one here can also be created as an email, but it will still get registered in our in the system. Send lists are, as I said, a group of people that, for example, design team 1, design team 2. So you don't need to go in and write the names or emails for each user that needs to be notified every single time. So this here will hopefully give the users more clear communication and make it easier to have everything gathered in the same place, instead of having emails about different stuff that is difficult to find. The last feature I would like to talk about is rewriting of the follow-up tab. It will no longer be called follow-up tab, but it will be called time visualization. This will be a Gantt chart that supports multiple projects with custom activities, and will in general provide a much better overview of our planning data that we have in Impact than the follow-up tab we had before. And combine this with personal filters and color settings, it will be a much more superior planning tool than we had before. If we take a look at the top, we have data, view range, and zoom, and this is all part of the Gantt charts, where we can set the filters, we can set what we want to see. Then we have custom activities, where we can add custom activities, and we can compare all Gantt charts. The first thing we need to do in the Gantt charts in the time visualization is to add a filter. This filter here can either be personal filters or shared filters. Then we need to add a project into this filter here, and we can decide what should be shown of this project. For example, in the example here, we have building 1 and floor 2, and rest is all. The important thing here is to note that if you add multiple projects, it will be applied the same filter of building and floor, phase, factory, and element type. The next thing that needs to be specified is the activities. We have all the planned dates and we have custom activities. So here we can decide what should be shown in the Gantt charts. Under the next tab, visual structure, it basically just set the hierarchy on how it should be shown in the Gantt charts. As I mentioned, it's also possible to go in, set some color filters. It's also set the day ruler, days in the time ruler, what should be shown under the settings. Along with the default activities, the plan dates, it's also possible to add the custom activities, as I mentioned previously. This activity here needs to be attached to a project. It needs to have a title and a category and a, duration. This possibility to add custom activities gives the project manager the freedom to add information that is not present in impact and put it into impact. So we have everything gathered at the same place, making it much easier to plan everything. There's also an activity tooltip. When you hover over the bar in the Gantt charts, it will give you some information based on what you say. It's different information based on what activity it is. In this example here, the plan direction date, we have a start and an end and the duration. It also shows how many elements, what element types and how many elements there are in this period, and if any of them are delayed or overdue. As I mentioned, it's also possible to compare history data, and the history data will be compared with the current version of the Gantt chart, right? So this will allow the project manager to quickly go in and identify where has there been changes in the Gantt chart. We can see that in the top picture that 5 of the bars, or what you would call it, activities are orange, and this is because they have been changed. So this will provide a quick overview of the whole process. Last but not least, we have a lot of information in Project Manager in the Gantt chart. We want to have that information out. We have a print function, and this print function basically just takes a screenshot that you can save of the current view of the Gantt chart. And then we have the export functionality, where it's possible to take the information, impact information, and export it into a MS Project file. So we can basically transfer the impact information into MS Project, and this will allow the project managers to take the factory information and put it into the overall Gantt chart for the building process, and therefore give a much more detailed Gantt charts for the full process, and not only what's inside the factory. Yeah, this is what I've chosen to show you. If there are any questions, you are welcome to ask it now, or contact us in the support, or contact your usual person at the Strusoft. Let's see if there are any questions. Let's see. I don't think there are any. Nope. Then, yeah, if you come up with questions along the way, then of course just contact us. Now I would like to give the word to Arjen, and yeah, give it away, Arjen.
Thank you. I tried to say Nikolai there. It was actually
Yeah.
what to say. Thank you, Dennis. Really nice presentation. Really looking forward for the rewriting of the follow-up. I think that would be really nice to see. So that's great. I'll see if I can switch screens here. Can you see the right one?
Nope.
Nope. You see the...
We see the presentation. It's a good thing you didn't have all the notes at the first slide.
Okay, let's see if I can swap here.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, let's see if I can...
Now it disappeared.
Yeah, I know.
Perfect.
So I'll see if I can switch down this one to the other screen instead. Maybe we can go for that. Then I have to look the other way because it's not as yesterday. But thank you, Dennis. It's time for us to present some highlights from our team. My name is Fredrik Haarheden, and I am the PO of Impact Production. It's been a good year. A lot of new customers in Impact Production. To be a part of this team, it's really easy, and I enjoy that. If you ask me, since the developers are very keen on doing new functionalities for our users, they're actually doing a really good job. Tina, Tabe, Kalle, Matthias, and Bobby, very flexible and handling the new features in a good way. So it's really nice. Last year, it was my colleague Thomas Gitsas who helped us out to present the news. So it's been 2 years for me now, so it's great to be back. And even if we can meet like this today, I really looking forward to the real deal, or what to say, so we can meet up in real life. So let's start Impact Production. Let's see if I can find a laser pointer if that's needed. I don't have a formal agenda for today, more of a vision, or what to say, on 3 things that I like to focus on here is visualization, digitalization, of course, as always, and then what I call reality, and how we in the digital world, in the developers world, connect directly out to you. And we want now, when Corona is sending, we really want more of this part, the reality part. So let's start with a little visualization, maybe a small one, but still. Oops. As you know, the drag and drop function in production and on many places actually in our software, it's a big one. To visualize actually dragging an element from a project directly down to transport and to the cost units and the tables and so on, it's really easy to follow the real process with that. So this feature, which is pretty small one for us, but I think, and I know that it's been a good one for you, is that we now can drag and drop from the stacks that we have created down to the transports, and you can see that with the arrow here. So that's the first one. Second one is when we are in the calendar view in the cost module, we have decided to visualize the part that we call ready for production. When the one who's creating the drawings set the drawings to ready for production, we are now able to visualize this in the what you call the features and the system that the production and the cost planner is using, more visual. And this is not, as you can see here, the green ones telling the user that all of the elements that is planned on that cast is set to ready for production. So the colors is the same as we have had before for a long time in the model. The white ones are missing a ready for production flag, and the green ones, they are ready for production. And for example, I took this picture last week, so on Wednesday, everything was ready for production. I don't know what happened here on Monday, because it's not good if you produce an element with drawing that's not ready for production. But maybe on Friday here we will see on table number 2 that this element W202, it doesn't have a drawing that is set to ready for production. So if I were the user here or the planner, maybe I'll give a call to the person who's responsible for that and ask them, first of all, when is it coming, and second of all, maybe we need some preparation here to prepare the element for the cast on Friday. Yes, and then we're heading for the workload tab in Resource Manager and made some enhancement there. It's called absence and forecasted absence, and it affects the capacity line, the red one. And there were some customers asking for this because they saw that last year or the past years they knew that most certainly they will have some absence for the capacity. Is it persons that cannot work, for example, or other things? So you set this by a percentage and a period, and it will show up like this in the chart. Next one is element control system. So we're still in calendar view, or back in calendar view. Everything is green and red. I hope you remember 2 years ago I showed you this green and red part, and I know that many of you have started to use this one. I can mention also that for you who hasn't started, here in Sweden we have a company called Nordsat, which is it's a certification company which through certifications they give many of our Swedish producing customers the right to label the products with the correct mark, like BBC or CE, for example, and they approved of this impact element control system solution that we have. So that's really nice to hear. But that was not the feature. The feature is actually that we have divided after many discussions. But I think this is really nice one. Actually, we divided this what we call simple checks. Simple check could be like check your surface, check that you have a drawing ready for production, for example. And we also have measurement checks, a little bit more advanced. You have still the control date and who controlled it, but you are looking at the tolerances, and you have the design value sometimes, and then you also could be able to add the actual value and so on. So it's about the measurement. And the feature here is that we have added intelligence to those two when you're opening them in the system, because now you see that the simple check is green, the measurement check is red. So it will automatically open the one, the first one that is red, so to say. And if there hasn't been any checks at all in simple checks, it will open measurement check then. So if I click the next one here, we can go a little deeper into that. You can see In Swedish, this is the after control, or the control after the cast. And we have the checks here, and if I click this one, you will be able to see that now I checked the last one, and it's green up here. So I think this could help, because if you're working with this, you know that it's a lot, and it's some companies have chosen to do this on all their elements. So it's a lot of work, and everything that can help out here to visualize if it's ready or not, I think it's a good one. When we are here, I also want to tell you again, because I think last year my colleagues told you, but we have two different kinds of additional attachments here. And the first one is control attachments. And the purpose of that is to, or you can use it as you want, of course, but the purpose is that to help out on this, what we call efterkontrolling, which is the after control, to be able to see how, for example, you do the measurement. This could be text document, this could be pictures and drawings, for example. So it's a help, it's to be able to help the user to do the control in the correct way. The other one is in inspection images, and we've also presented that, but that is more like a receipt, because we have companies and also countries that is heading for more deeper documentation of what we do, not we, but you do out there in the factories. They want a receipt to see that it's actually made in the correct way. So if they want that, and if they need that, then you are able to take this picture and add it to the control. Yep. Next one is also one that Dennis had showed you before. The reason why I'm showing you this is that I know that, and I've seen some names from companies that is pretty new customers, and we've got these questions a lot, and also I think it's a good thing to remind you of this. Earlier, working with cost planning, we presented the elements in the model in a white or a green color, saying that it's not planned or planned. Still we have that, but it's white or yellow. So if it's not planned, it's white, and if it's planned, it's green. Oh, sorry, yellow. If it's green, it's produced, and after being produced, as you know, we can reject the element. The element is broken and need to be produced again, and that color is red. So an indication, instead of back to white, this is a warning signal saying that this is not planned and it should have actually been produced. And it has been produced, but it's broken. So this is an important one. And it remains after being planned. So when it's orange, it's telling the user that now it's planned, but still this is a very important one because it's pretty urgent. And after producing it, everything is green again. Yep. There is some more color made changes here. Dennis told you about some parts of the part 2 there, and then everything I think will be up on our wiki, so you can see more there. It's just that I've got a lot of questions the last year for the cast colors. Yep. Heading over for Impact Go, not very much visualization at the moment, but let's say digitalization. I think that most of the things that we actually do is the digitalization of the process. So, but this one is that we have helped out some customers that not only be able to use the camera in your phones and tablets, but to connect it to scanners, either internal ones or external ones, as you can see in the picture. The setting is made here. If you open Impact Go, you click settings, this is in Swedish, inställningar, but settings, if you have it in English, click user, and then you have still Swedish, intern scanner, internal scanner, if you want to have an internal scanner, or otherwise it's the external one. Yes. Heading over for the next one. Now we're in the transport planning module, and we are looking at a part that we've had for a couple of years. Some of you out there has connected the impact transport to external companies, telling their system about what transport they are called off, for example, and we can send this via some XML files that is sent out via Impact Sync. and this part was something that the user could follow in Resource Manager in the log. But the new feature is that we have moved this part directly into the transport planning. So what you can see here is the transport module, the transports 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on, dates, and then you will have this one, the transport company export. So either it's a green check cross, or I think behind here it's nothing. So if it's nothing, we haven't told via Impact Sync that the transport should be sent, because the setting is done when the transport is called off. If you have called it off and it's been sent by the system, you have a green check, or you get this one, the cross. And the cross could be that the interval is not there yet because you set that in the sync. It could be 10 minutes, half an hour, but after that half an hour, if it's still a cross, you can just right click the transport, and you will get this one, the new dialog here, transport export check. And in this case, it's telling you directly that there is no delivery address available for this transport and no delivery contact available, because it's needed in this case to be able to send it to the transport company. And it actually gives you some more information as well here. As you can see, no project address available in the project and no project contact available in the project. So that's the first thing that you have to do. Yep. We're moving further to settings, the settings tab in Resource Manager. And this part, I just want to focus on the storage. So we've added some settings there. The first one we had, I just can tell you because I know that this is pretty new to some of you. The element on storage. This setting, the first setting here, as you can see, is regarding which elements we show in the storage tab. So for recent years, we've always said that if you produce it in Impact, say that the cost unit is produced, the element will show up on the storage until it's set to delivered via the transport module or the Impact Go. But now we've seen some companies, or they told us that the transports or the elements could be on the road for long, so it could be up to hours or even days, meaning that if we still have this flag with delivered, which could be when they're on site, wrong amount of element will show up in storage. So what we did, we changed this to also be able to set produced but not yet on waybill. So if you use that one, it will disappear when you set the transport to on waybill instead. Sorry, just had some water there. Then we have storage location, and this is pretty new, the latest one, meaning that you can now not only choose the storage locations for your element from the connected factory, you could also be able to store elements on different factories and pick that storage location in the storage tab, as you can see here. So it will show up with different storage locations from different factories, and it will of course also affect impact Go. Yes, and this one doesn't look very new because this is the ID grid from Resource Manager, and the new feature is actually a report. So I'll click the next one here. You can see if I right click, select the element, right click print, and the new report is detailed element report. And what we've done here is that the user is able to print all the information that is available for the Resource Manager ID grid, and also some information from cost estimation about the cost and time. So I think this one could be really nice. I'll just show you one example, and it's actually that I've created a report identical to my grid preset called rough planning. If I go back here, showing about the grid preset rough planning, then we show the project, what type of element it is, factory division, direction sequence, all the dates, building floor, and status. And you can decide what you want to see here in the grid. And I've created a report that is showing the exact same columns. So I choose print this, and it looks like this. So I get the exact same. You don't have to do the same one, but I just wanted to visualize it. So I think this could be a good one. If you want help, I can send you this. Just give me a call. Then this is something for version 17. We are now looking into a placement on tables and bed, and where to place the elements, and for the user to be able to place the element in a detail view in the available space, so to say. And we are trying to do this as intelligent as we can, but until now it's been difficult. But I think that the team is find some good solutions for 17, so you don't have to put the element on a different bed before you set it there. So yeah, that's what the video is showing here. So after, and for you who doesn't know why the element is red, it's actually because it's the first element that you plan on the bed is setting the standard for that bed. So if the height on that element, hollow core in this case, is 270, and the next one is 320, for example, it gets red because that's hard to produce. Yeah. So I think that could be a good one for 17. Next one, we have we're now taking care of capacity or the maximum height of the element, and actually thickness when it's a wall, but when it's laying down, the height of it. So we're taking care of these two. So if you look at settings, the cost units, and we have max height and we have the maximum mass, it will take this in consideration when it's planned. Then we have something for 17 again. I know that this has been a wish from many of you, so we have looked into this to be able to actually yeah, today we have, as you can see, active and fictive for the cost units, but what we've done now is that we are going to add inactive. So meaning that still you won't lose any information from the history. So if you planned an element on a cost unit that you want to set to inactive, it will still remain the same. Yeah, the information will be there for you, but the person who is actually doing the cost planning won't be able to see this in the calendar or the detail view. So that's new. Then we come to the thing that I call reality, and something that I really miss, being out on site on the factories, storages, and to talk to you I do as well, but in person, to be able to help you directly there. Still, we have done a lot of work that we can call reality anyway, and we have helped a few companies, and one of those things is connection to lasers, where you project or make a projection down to the tables with the lasers. So this is a nice one. We normally do this from the cost calendar view. Select one or several costs. We click the export and export unit technique, and it will create a folder for the laser or the computer for the laser to find this folder, and all of the unit technique files with the script telling the computer how to handle those unit technique files in the correct way. So that's been really nice to help that out. We also have connections to bending machines and reinforcement machines. So instead of using unit technique here, we normally use PXML instead. Yes. Here's a picture. Back to one of my favorites, Impact Go. So this is from one customer using Impact Go, and they've printed the label from Impact with a QR code, scanning the element, and you will get it in Impact Go. So what you can do from here is to select the element. You can see much more information that is possible to print on a label, for example. You can start the impact element control system, add disorders, pictures, and so on. So this is a really nice one. We have another company. I've got some pictures from customer called Tong, similar one. They also printed the labels with the QR codes, store them, and they have taken it a little bit further because they are one that is using the scanner. And what they did is that they connected the scanner directly to the tablet with the Impact Go. So when they use the truck and heading out for the storage location, they can actually stay in the truck and just heading down here, storage lane or Precast street, or I don't know what it's called, but moving down there, and as you can see here, there is signs. So what they did is they printed the storage labels here, so they can scan it from the truck, and that's yeah, that's really nice to see that it's heading out there. Another one from Al Rashid Abtong in Saudi, blue sky, and I think maybe the difference could be, I don't know, 40 degrees compared to the other one. but still they're using it. They have huge storage here. Let's see if I can switch one. Yeah, and they also printed the labels with the QR codes, tablet in this case. And this is what I think with the internal scanner. I'm not sure. But as you can see, if we look closer, we have the Impact Go and all the elements that you can work with the controls and see if everything is correctly. So even though I'm a little bit ahead of time, I think those two parts here, even though it sounds a little bit cliche, and it is a cliche, to say that even if we are in Saudi Arabia with 30 degrees, 35 degrees, or in Tanmo or in Sweden with minus degrees, we can connect via Impact to the cloud storage there. So that's really nice to hear. But even if it's a cliche, it's true, and that's really nice to see as a product owner that wanted these parts out. So I think the customer and then Impact team has done a great job here. And to sum it up, I just want to say it's really nice to be back again. I really want us to be able to get out there more, and maybe I'll see now if Peter is back for taking over already, or I'll see if I can. The first time I'm using the.
I'm ready.
Yeah, Peter.
Let's see if I can switch the screen here.
Yeah.
Hopefully you see the correct screen now. Do you do that?
Yes. Perfect.
Perfect.
Then I leave you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fredrik. So then it was time for the ending speech. And at least for me, it has been a very interesting day. It's always like this. I see things that I had not seen before, even though I work at the company developing it. And it's also good with the reality connection, I think, to see also how it's used out in your place. I want to end up a little bit to tell you a little bit what's coming up. But first, I will actually start with some sources of information where you can find more information about us and Impact, of course. You have our homepage. Let's check that one, what we can find there. There is one part here for Impact. And one thing that you can find here is the webinars, the upcoming ones. Now this is the one we have today, of course. There will come new ones. And then you also have past webinars. You can see the old one that we have done already. So this is one source where you can find information about us. We have been showing a lot of different ones during the day, so I hope you have seen them all. The wiki, I want to show you one more thing. We were talking about reports just a while ago. Fredrik was talking about reports, and that you can get a sample of that one. There is a really good place to find the reports. So if you go to the wiki and then you go to report tool, you can see all reports are here. And then if you go into one of them, let's take the element label, for instance, you will find how that one is built up. And you will also find an example here, how it can look. And there is a download. If you download that one, you can import it to Impact Report Tool and you can get it into your place, and you can of course change this as you want it, but you can use that as a starting point. So and there is a lot of reports there, so you can see if there are any one you need that you have not been using before. Then we have the Fresh Desk, and here I like to point out again that we really want you all to be connected to our support here. Through that, you can see all your cases, you can follow them up. And if you don't know how to do it, you can, of course, find the information in the wiki. There is something, let's see, Strusoffer Customer Portal. And here you can find how you log in, so here you can get all the information how to get started if you are not already at our support page. Then a little bit what's coming up. We have talked about it during the day here, that we have a new Impact 16 version coming in Q4. And the scheduled release date for that one is 10th of December, as it looks right now. So that's what we are working on. We are, of course, also working on version 17. And version 17 is a new database version. That means, of course, that we need to migrate the database between 16 and 17. And we are expecting an internal release date in Strusoft December this year. But the official release, we don't have an exact clear date, but we can say the first half next year. It depends on when it's ready to release. We cannot say it right now. There are some things more need to be developed. And then, of course, there are more tests to be done. But if you want to take part of the test, so you want to test it before we are releasing it publicly, you are most welcome to contact us, and we can talk about how we can arrange that. There are a big change in Impact 17, and that's the security. We have had some customers checking us with the pen test. As you know, this is some kind of security test of the solution, and there are things that we have to correct. And we are now implementing a better protection system for the login to the Impact system. And this is to protect against brute force access, that someone like hijack your things and try to get in. We have not encountered any such attempts to Impact, but we need to do these things anyway to make that ready for the future. This means that all the users in your database now needs to have an email, because that's a little bit how we will set up the connection to Impact. So if you don't have emails added to your users, please, you can start that any day you want if you're an administrator, and just add them so they are there. We are using something called Auth0. That's the security solution we are using, and this is the most common authentication platform that is out there that we're using now. Then one more thing, there is possibility to meet us live. We are going next week to BIBM Congress in Copenhagen. It has been postponed now several times, but now it's intended to be. The focus of the Congress, because BIBM is about precast, of course, and it's the Precast Association global in Europe that are gathered together. So it's a very interested Congress. Normally it's every third year, but of course with this situation it has been more years between. I can just show you briefly what it's about. It's a lot of speaks about sustainability and stuff in precast, and you can see there is a lot of exhibitors there and a lot of different speakers from Europe. So I really recommend. Of course, it's short notice now if you're not already there, but if you have close connection to Copenhagen, maybe it can be possible anyway to register yourself. And that was really all for this day, and I hope you have enjoyed it as much as we have done at Strusoft. And if you have any questions, you know how to contact us. There are several contact ways, and we are most happy to answer your questions. So I will end up here this presentation day, and next year I hope that we will meet live, all of us. So see you soon and have a really nice evening. Bye-bye.